Oh, thank you. Thank you and hi. Oh. Oh. Okay. 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 I see. That's how it is, huh? That's how it is, huh? Hi. Hi. What are these? What are these conflicting things that are happening? Peace offering. Thank you. Hello. Happy Wednesday. Yes, it is Wednesday. Hi. Hello. How's everybody doing? I hope everyone's doing good. I'm doing okay. I don't know. I'm not sure why. I've been having some, I don't know, brain fog today. It's a little weird. I'm not like tired. I'm not tired, but I'm a little. I'm not sure why. Same. Yeah. It's not. Yeah, it's not optimal, but the world needs orange, so I am here. Too much sun, huh? It has been sunny, but thank goodness the heat is not as heat. Heat is not as hot as it was before. Orang. Yeah, and I already. Now that I'm here, I feel like I am. I feel a little bit better. I can. Whoa! I'm tired. I went on a walk and swimming again. The only thing that can cure me is the. I've been meaning to go running again, but I haven't gotten to. I've been. I've been oversleeping a couple days, so I haven't had the time. But I did do some, you know, body weight training a little bit today. Yeah, because I wanted to do something, you know. It's truly selfless. It's 29 Celsius in the UK. I haven't seen my wait. I haven't watched my or looked up my oh, it shows 18 Celsius, huh? Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's under 20. I send my condolences. You can do it. We have survived until now. We can. Hey, it was the same here for a longest time. It was like record. It broke records. There hasn't been a single summer in history where there was as many days with over 30 degrees somewhere. I can't remember how many days, but like still. But luckily, and autumn is coming. After that is winter. Yeah. It pretty much Christmas. Christmas is around the corner, yeah. Yeah, then it's gonna be dark and cold. Ah. Then everyone's gonna be, it's too cold. Wow, I wish it was summer. Right? That's how it always goes. That's how it always goes. Autumn is coming. Fall is coming. I'm used to saying autumn. It's a prettier word. But fall is easier to say. Minus 45 might be cold enough that I'll say so. I wonder what's the coldest that I've experienced. No idea. Like, nowhere near that. Autumn sounds better. It's very soft. Kind of... Almost kind of mystical word. Yeah. Yeah. What? Autumn. Tommy. So yeah, we're gonna continue Higurashi today. It left off in a really, kind of, cliffhanger ending last time. Something might have happened to Rika. We're about to run and see what's going on. Is she safe? Because we told her what has to be going on, and that might have been bad. Now that we have read this visual novel, I went back and I've been watching the anime again for the first time. For the first time in many years, I've been rewatching the anime, but like, don't get me wrong. I was having a fun time watching it, but now that I've read the visual novel, it's a little sad. Like, I almost feel like I don't. It affected my enjoyment of the anime, because I see a lot of things that I didn't see back then, and you know, I think the biggest issue is that the pacing in the anime it's ridiculously fast. It's like all the parts between the things when things are revealed, or like the main events have been removed, and it just like goes one thing and then the other thing, and it's like ridiculous almost how fast it goes. But I don't remember having issues with that when I first watched it, because I've considered it one of my favorites for many years. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I have to rewatch all of it again to see. Do I have to drop it from my favorites? But I still I don't know. I'm a little bit of a I'm a little bit of a confused. I'm a little confused. Yeah. I've seen the same really faint match again when they're at the end. Yeah, maybe. But probably would have read the novel without the anime. It's pretty much, it's kind of like TLDR. It's a TLDR of the visual novel. Yeah. Yeah. It's what it is. It's a TLDR. Like literally. And I think I back then I liked it because it went so fast. Because sometimes I have difficulty concentrating. Sometimes it's difficult for me to concentrate on a so if something has a really like, you know, quick pacing, it's like it keeps me hooked in it easier. I'm not an iPad baby. I'm not an iPad brain. No. I'm orange, okay? Orange. It has my powers come with a drawback. Anime is the wiki version of the VN. Yeah. Like I'm happy that it exists. I'm happy that it exists. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, because it was how I got into it. Yeah. So at least for that, there's a nice spot in your. Yeah. Like if something is a favorite, like for me, if something to be your favorite, it's not necessarily the best thing you've ever seen, but it's just it's important for you for some reason, some kind of personal reason, because I don't know, it's kind of boring if you just, oh, this is the best, this is like on a technical level best thing I've ever seen, so it's my favorite. It's kind of more like this one has some kind of effect on me, or it's I relate to it some way, or yeah. Hipster. Blister Subway Surfers. I've never played Subway Surfers. I have no interest in playing Subway Surfers. I can concentrate on things without having Subway Surfers. That's a nice thought. Actually, we would all enjoy the same things. It was a favorite because technical level only. Yeah. It's deeper than that. I think. Yeah. Though, yeah, I don't really have a one favorite. I don't really have one ultimate favorite anything. I have like multiple, because it's hard to choose just one of anything, like favorite food, favorite band, favorite movie. I don't know. I always answer multiple ones. Yeah. Because how do you pick just one? How do you pick just one? Because then it feels like I'm the other ones. I'm like making the other ones not. Favorite emotion. Despair. No. Happiness. Happiness. Oh. Favorite emotion and not orange. Oh. That's a good thinking. Okay, I changed orange. I changed my orange. It's more... It's similar, but it's more complicated. More nuanced. So-called free thinkers when they're asked to name their favorite emotion. That's a... I'm gonna keep that. No one's ever asked my favorite emotion. It's always like color. Food. You know. But... How about we go and read? Yeah, read without no Subway Surfers. Though it's mostly with the mod. It's mostly for listening. Mostly listening. Rage. All-consuming rage. Yeah. Hinamizawa. Hinamizawa. Favorite color of Ronya is obvious. Purple. Purple. Oh. I like purple. I all colors. All colors are nice, except maybe, you know, some kind of yellow green puke color. Though even like puke, you know, like disgusting like puke color. Like that's if the like picture, if you want to convey like a disgusting, something disgusting, then that's the perfect color to go for. In that way, it's a good color. Yeah, in that way, it's I don't know. I don't have Yellow people are offended. Yellow people of The Simpsons. The Simpsons. Well, I'm not that big fan of The Simpsons, so I'm not care if I don't care if I offend The Simpsons. sorry, Simpson fans. It's just not my it's just not my favorite thing in the world. Okay, let me go. let me live. Let me live my life. Legos? Oh yeah, Legos. Legos are yellow. The Lego movie. Remember the Lego movie? I went to see it in theaters. It was surprisingly good. I was surprised. I was surprised by the Lego movie. It was. I didn't expect the twist that they came of the Lego movie. That was like 2014. Damn. I went to see it because I used to be on a forum back then, a certain forum, and there was someone who was really hyping up the Lego movie, and then I was like, oh, okay. So I was What's there the movie about in Legos? Though, well, there's like Legos have like endless possibilities. Did you watch in Finnish dubbed? The English dubbed. English dubbed, yeah. Researched by Simpson fans. Simpson. Okay. Blah Steam. Okay. Lego is like a white canvas. It can be anything or nothing. True. I can't make the Higurashi. I've been hearing. There's this path that I walk if I'm going to the grocery store, and I've been hearing grasshoppers. I've been hearing a lot of grasshoppers, but I sometimes I try to like go closer and try to see them, but I haven't been able to. I used to be really good at hunting down grasshoppers. I didn't kill them. I just wanted to. I want to get them in my hand. Yeah. But my skills have degraded over the years for not using. Yeah, catching grasshoppers. It was you had to embody the hunter mindset. Now does my hands become orange? My hands. Oh, so you admit that I have hands, huh? And you was not the kind of person that attack insects for fun. Not attack. Just what's the word? Observe. I wanted to take a good look. And the best way to take a look is hold in hand and look. Okay, continue. End of chapter 9. Yeah, there's no. Whoa. Oh, they have the cicada in the files. The file picture, they have cicadas. Big orang blobs, just like a higurashi bread. At least it's easy to draw, so you're welcome, artists. Catching it and it wriggles inside your hand, or remember, I can feel it. Chapter 9, huh? I can't remember how many chapters. How many chapters in total? So this may not be the last part yet. It might be the second to last. Yeah. Orang tool, dayo. After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika-chan's phone number on my school's contact list. Oh, there it is. My fingers trembled with urgency. My nubby. My blob fingers trembled with urgency, and I failed multiple times to put in the simple 4-digit number because my blobby hands just are not adept at pushing phone number. 5 digits, sorry. 5 digit. Oh yeah, back then with the cord phones, the phone numbers were really short. Yeah, we had a cord phone. Man, how old would I have been? I'm not sure if I was in school yet, but still.
こんな時間に電話？夜遅くは先方に失礼だからよしなさい。
今はそれどころじゃないんだよ。
I shouted angrily at my mother. Listen to the dial tone. Pick up. Come on, pick up. The time was 11 p.m. It certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika-chan already gone to bed? Her phone would be ringing constantly though, so would she get back up for me? Rika-chan didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. Maybe she just happened to miss it? Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone. The sound of a phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then, the bathroom. Yeah, she must be taking a bath. If that was the case, then even as she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick up. It was a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. I'll wait 30 minutes, then start calling again. Even as I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. I kept calling over and over again and again. I kept calling her, but she didn't pick up even once. I think I kept trying for about 30 minutes, yet she wasn't picking up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she had gotten scared of picking up the receiver? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There was no point in doing this any longer. The best thing to do would be to go there in person. Where was Rika-chan's house, though? Shit. I've never even asked where she lived. Her residence was written there in the contact list, but it was an address with mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Isn't there a map or something in here? Rika Furude. The last name was Furude. It was a bit of an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that I rummaged around the drawer with the phone book, but I could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishment. Shit! I tore one thing after another of the drawer, but I didn't come with any clues as to where Rika-chan's house was. Calm down, Kichimabara. If you don't know, then just ask. Ask someone who does know.
そうだ。レナなら知ってるに違いない。
Rena's gotta know. I looked up Rena's phone number in the contact list. Rena Ryugu. There she was.
Moshi. 竜宮です。
It was the voice of a grumpy-sounding man. It must have been Rena's father. I am calling in the middle of the night. I need to be polite.
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。前原と申しますが、レナさんはいらっしゃいますか？
レイナは風呂に入っていますが。あ、出たかな。レイナ。
Reina?
友達から電話だぞ。
Reina? Alright, Reina Ryugu was her real name, wasn't it? I'd gotten so used to calling her Rena that hearing her real name got me a little off guard.
もしもし、
Ah.
お電話変わりました。
あ、俺だよ。刑事だ。
俺だよ。
夜遅くにすまん。
俺だよ。
あれ？ケイチくん？こんな時間に何かな？
実はリカちゃんの家がどこにあるのか知りたいんだ。
Rena seemed a little appalled that I call her for something like that at this hour. However, she spoke her next words seriously, as if she'd caught on how urgent the need was. My need was.
うん、いいよ。古出神社の境内に集会所があるよね。
Simply Hall?
その裏手に2階建ての倉庫小屋があるのを知ってるかな？
Huh.
そこに住んでるんだよ。
She lives two-story is a shack? I couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew where she lived on the shrine grounds, I just have to take a look
わかっ
around.
た。ありがとう。こんな遅くにすまなかったな。親父さんに謝っといてくれ。
そんなのはいいよ、ケイチくん。それより、どうしてリカちゃんの家を聞くのかな？
Rena asked in an unusually sharp way, holding me before I could hang up the phone. I hesitated for a moment about whether to tell her. He was killed because I told him.
ケイチくん？ こえてるなら答えてほしいな。どうしてリカちゃんの家の場所をこんな時間に聞きたいのかな。
Yuna affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she'd intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? If it's Rena, can't I tell her? He was killed because he lied out. I revealed everything, so he was killed.
ケイチくん、レナは真剣に聞いてるんだけどな。
Rena is
答えてほ
serious.
しいよ。
Rena asked me once again in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her ever using it normally. I was taken aback by her vigor. Rena was Rika-chan's friend too. She had the right to be concerned about Rika-chan disappearing. If I told Rena then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears.
レナ、理由を聞かれると困るんだが。
Rena's tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone, I could feel her saying, "No matter what you say, Keiichi-kun, I'll believe you." That subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the truth.
リカちゃんが危ない気がするんだ。
それは虫の知らせかな。それともリカちゃんに危険が迫っている何か確信がある？
I really didn't have the time to go back and forth with Rena about this. Still, I think listening to her calm voice soothed my pointless impatience.
確信はないけど。
Yet, I still hesitated. I had told Rika-chan that we had snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor, to whom Shion had confessed before that, had already disappeared. So it was possible that Rika-chan also. I didn't know how to explain it to Rena. While I was tongue-tied, Rena spoke up.
変なこと聞いてごめんね。考えたら確信なんか必要なかった。
Rena laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so this time I was dumbfounded. Rena continued in a cheerful yet purposeful voice.
友達のことが心配になって、それを確かめるのに理由なんかいらないと思う。仮にリカちゃんが寝ててそれを起こしてしまったとしても、それが理由なら私たちは誰も怒らないと思うよ。
And it's been weird and scary lately with people dying and disappearing, so it makes sense. Rena, thank you.
まずはケイチ君に確認するね。リカちゃんの家に電話はしたんだよね。それでどうしても繋がらないから家の場所を聞いてきたんだね。
ああ、10分以上は鳴らし続けたと思う。ひょっとしたら気づかなくて寝てるだけなのかも。
リカちゃんの家はとても狭いの。だから電話が鳴ったらたとえ寝ていても気づかないわけはないよ。さとこちゃんもいるんだから2人揃って気づかないわけはない。
さとこってリカちゃんと一緒に住んでるのか？
うん。知らなかったの？今はその話は後ね。とにかく電話をそれだけ鳴らして誰も出ないのは絶対におかしいよ。
Rena understood the situation wasn't normal, far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. It had made her seem dependable. However, the fact that Rena had acknowledged this also meant that I bit my tongue. Ow. Ow. The fact that Rena had acknowledged this also meant that the best case possibility of it all being the result of my own needless fears went out the window.
私も今からすぐにリカちゃんの家に行くね。一緒に行く？なら迎えに行くよ。
Hey,
わかった。
how am I doing? I'm doing okay, thank you. Thank you.
じゃあいつもの待ち合わせ場所で合流しよう。待ってるぞ。
私、ケイチ君の家に迎えに行くから。だからお家で待ってていいよ。
あ、
それからご家族に私と一緒にリカちゃんの家に行ってくるって伝えておいてね。
うちでいいのか？時間のロスのような。
あとみーちゃんには電話した？
あ、
みーちゃんはこういう時すっごく頼もしいの。まだなら私から電話しておくね。
みーちゃん。My thoughts froze for a moment. Gion had just told me to be careful about around Mion during our phone conversation a little while ago. If the Sonozaki main house was somehow lurking behind the surface of the annual freak deaths, then the current heir, not hair. It is a H, heir to the family Mion wouldn't be uninvolved. So, wouldn't that mean she wasn't uninvolved in what happened this year to Takano-san and Tomitake-san, and also the mayor's disappearance? After yesterday, this game is outright sane and sensible. In a way, that game is more crazy than this one. Yeah, hello, hi.
すぐに行くからね。待っててね。
That's what Rena said before hurriedly hanging up. No, now wasn't the time to be doubting me on. I needed to make sure Rika-chan was safe. I got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. I figured things would go more smoothly if we met up in a place we usually do before school. Rena wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. My parents would probably have checked if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. The horror. She said that Rika-chan and Satoko lived together, right? Then it wasn't only Rika-chan. Satoko wasn't there either. Realizing what them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. So that can't be. Satoko is. She's got nothing to do with any of this. Even if there was a reason for Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko. Rena! Or Reina. Reina was fast. She approached me on her bike with an amazing speed. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of how hurriedly she'd been going.
レナ、さあ行こうぜ。
圭一くん、私、お家で待っててって言ったはずだよ。
Rena's expression was all business. Was she mad? Came out of the blue, so and I faltered for a moment.
いや、ここで合流した方が早く出発できると思ってさ。
圭一くんは本当に分かってるの？
And so other sprites with this expression. It is a new one. It's pretty cute, but there's I don't know, this, the pose is really different. I know, they're very dynamic. Locked in. Don't you get it? Rena shouted, clearly angry. I'd never seen Rika-chan like this before.
分かってるのかって。
Rena!
何がだよ。
Not Rika. Rena seemed to notice it was scaring me. Took a couple deep breaths and then continued as if admonishing me, but her expression didn't soften at all.
圭一くん、昨日村長さんがいなくなって村中で大騒ぎになったよね。
ああ。
そんな中で圭一くんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんがいなくなったって言ってるんだよ。
ああ。そういうことになるな。
じゃあもっと用心しなくちゃダメだよ。こんな夜中にたった一人でこんなところで突っ立ってるなんて不用心にも程があるんだから。
True. I began to understand where Rena's anger was coming from.
ご家族にはちゃんと私とリカちゃんの家に行くって伝えたよね。万が一私と圭一くんが揃って失踪しちゃうようなことがあっても、いつどの辺でいなくなったのかを残すことができる。
I told them nothing. I just left the house. Keiichi. Rena was perfectly level-headed in this emergency situation. Ever since the night of the Watanagashi, every night someone had died or disappeared. On the night itself, Takano-san and Tomitake-san met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. Now, on the next night after that, Rika-chan and Satoko were nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking of anyone but myself, but it wasn't enough to say that Hinamizawa was a little weird at the moment. It was, in fact, extremely strange. Rena had even anticipated our own disappearances and had told me to tell my family where I was going. I was embarrassed at my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night.
ごめん、まだ言ってなかった。
うん。じゃあ一緒に言いに行こう。
With Rena beside me, I wheeled back towards my house. A full moon. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. The sky that was uselessly vast and cold. So no matter what, it would never seem to me like a dream. This cruel fact had already confronted me. On such a crazy night, Rena had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Rena caution me against carelessness, was to me the most fearsome thing of all. Oh! The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure whether to believe me about Rika-chan and Satoko's
ケイ
disappearance.
ちゃん、本気で言ってんの？もし冗談だったらかなり怒るよ。
Mm-mm. Mion was clearly displeased. She's still packing, though. Still packing. If this were a joke, it wasn't very funny. I understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika-chan and Satoko disappearing, after all, that was something you just couldn't say, even in jest.
みーちゃん、本当に冗談だったなら怒るんじゃなく笑おうよ。だって冗談なんだから。私たちはそれが冗談であることを確かめなくちゃいけない。
そうだね。機嫌の悪そうなことを言ってごめん。
However indiscreet a joke it may have been, if we learned that our friends were safe, it would end up as nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about that by Rena, Mion gave a dry smile, the tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted her bicycle as well. Our 3 bicycles' lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside.
ケイちゃんはなぜ急にこんな時間にリカちゃんの家に電話なんかする気になったわけ？
Mion asked me the same thing that I had trouble explaining to Rena.
虫が知らせた。じゃあおかしいか。
Premonition? I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smiling very ambiguously. I definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though. despite the darkness.
俺さ、うたた寝してる時に悪い夢を見るとどうしても気になっちゃうんだよ。
圭一君はそれでリカちゃんがさらわれる夢を見たわけかな。
いや、もっと漠然とした予感みたいなものだよ。リカちゃんが電話に出てくれたなら、レナやミオにも続けて電話するつもりだったよ。
Lies moodily babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. I was lying because I thought telling them I was connected to Xion would be like silently admitting we'd stolen into the ritual storehouse together that night. Mion didn't press me any further. I don't know whether that convinced her. Or maybe she figured that making sure Rika-chan and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. I felt relieved, and immediately a little guilty. Mion had been acting any differently these last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. It was only because of what I heard from Shion and Oishi-san that she was the successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. No. Was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Kichi Maibara. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask about the night of the Watanagashi? In such a heartstone at that? Have I already forgotten the terror I felt? At the time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. When I think about that Mion, then Shion and Oishi-san's description of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that, while disregarding the very first thing, the thing I should have been looking at most. Wasn't I? Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how long I looked at her back, it never gave me any answers to any of my questions. We went all the way to the stone steps leading to the shrine grounds. Of course we weren't going to want to haul our bikes up there, so we parked them beside the staircase instead.
フルデ神社か。
みんな公園みたいな感覚で勝手に出入りしてるけど、本当はここはフルデ家の立派な私有地なんだよ。
So the entire shrine is private property. It really makes you feel the passage of time. 10 or 20 years ago, it would have looked the exact same.
だとすると、フルデ家って結構な旧家なんじゃないのか？代々続いた由緒ある。
ない。おかしいよ。
Lena said something clearly disquieting, so I ran
ど
over
うし
to
たレ
her.
ナ？
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいつもここに自転車を止めてるはずなの。ほら、どこにもない。
I took a look around. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get here.
他の場所に止めてる可能性もあるんじゃない？例えば担いで石段を上がったとか。
女の子には無理だよ、ケイチ君。
Just as she said, I couldn't imagine Rika-chan and Satoko lugging their bikes all the way up there. They hadn't yet knocked on Rika-chan's door, but reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you'd call good. Maybe they have just parked under some trees and we hadn't noticed them. I refuse to believe that not being able to find their bikes here was proof that they had
行こうぜ。
disappeared.
家に行った方がはるかに確実だろう。
Huh. We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. We passed through the red arch, and came onto the shrine grounds, which was covered in neat gravel. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival had never
で
happened.
リカちゃんたちが住んでいる家ってのはどこにあるんだ？
こっちついてきて。
Rina took the lead and sprinted off. They either left or never got home. Oh man, it's wild to think that this takes place right around Japanese Famicom NAS launch. Maybe a month before it. Was it 83? Was it 83? Something like that. 80s. 80s. Yeah. Famicom was 1983. Yeah. Okay, I think I saw like a plot description or something that had the actual year this takes place. I think it was 1983. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Rina took the lead and sprinted. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, then looked around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small, prefab two-story shack that looked like a warehouse.
明かり消えてるね。
Lights are
寝
off.
てるんじゃない？
Uh,
ノックしてみよう。
Rina and Mion neared the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live. They had such a beautiful shrine, so I'd figured they'd live in an equally beautiful house. It was far from what I had expected.
リカちゃん、さとこちゃん、いる？
Rina shouted up towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but it steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all.
寝てるのかもしれない。起こしてみよう。
Mio banged on the shutter with both hands, and the loud sounds echoed into our surroundings. They would have to notice this much noise. They would turn on the light in the room, fling up the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Mion stopped slamming her fist on the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. The silence aroused terrible thoughts in us. What if they're just sleeping or just having a sleepover with someone else's house, and it's just all a big misunderstanding? I could feel the blood draining from my face.
鍵かかってる。どこかから中に入れないかな。
So does Rika live alone, like without parents? I mean, I think it was established that both of their parents are dead. Rika's and Satoko's, because of the curse. The curse. What Rina looked like with the other sprite. Boom! Yeah, this doesn't really... Like, she looks a little, like, not happy, but, like, not like... I know, it's the eyebrows. The eyebrows and the position of the eyes in this one is more There's more. It's not just a. But hey, it's not just one bloop, bloop line. This is more. It goes down, then it goes up, and then it goes down again. Or why doesn't it? Did it break? The cursed art is so much more enjoyable. New art is kind of bland. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It has more character. It has the expressions are more interesting. But I think like most people would maybe the other ones are easier to like. The original's a little bit more acquired taste. I do not understand why the OG art Rena's dress is split like that. Yeah, that's a difference. I don't know, maybe, well... You can see the absolute territory. I think that's the reason. But yeah, it's not on the other ones. It's a, oh my goodness, when you think about it, it's kind of the slit is really high. Oh, that's kind of bold. It's kind of bold when you think about it for a everyday dress. Yeah, you would be able to see everything. You would be able to see her undergarments. But yeah, it's just a, since it's just a static picture. What kind of dress is that? It's a it's just like it would go near her belly button. Yeah. That refusal. Sorry, Rena. Sorry, she's not happy. Let her face. She's, look at her. Look at her. We made her embarrassed. Put her in a Mario outfit. Didn't even realize the weird dress code until it was pointed out. Maybe sometimes it's for the better. Refusal to give in gave me strength.
2階の窓とか鍵をかけ忘れてないかな。俺ちょっと試してみる。
ケイちゃん、はしご。
Mia brought over the ladder that was standing against the house. The footing was a little unstable for me to be climbing it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place for me. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience with them exposed, I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor.
みーちゃん、私念のため本宅の方も見てくるね。すぐ戻るから。
Okay. Rena darted away. What? A main house?
フルデ家の本当の家だよ。
Like your
両親が
family's.
亡くなって以来、ずっと放置してあるそうだけど。
Yeah, her parents passed away, yeah. It's been
あ、
left like
そう
that.
か。リカちゃんのご両親って 亡くなってるんだよな。
At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Satoko living there too?
サトコも親なしだよ。お社様のたたりってことで、両親が崖から落っこちてね。お兄さんだったサトシ君もいなくなっちゃって。
サトシって前に聞いた名前だな。
I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse.
それ以来、サトコはリカちゃんと一緒にこの小屋で暮らしてるんだよ。互いに身寄りのない一人ぼっちだし。
This is so... Why is it so sad? I think Keiichi might be the only one who doesn't have some sort of traumatic home life situation. Yeah. So wouldn't she be taken by her relatives or some government organization? Since she's a minor with no parents?
助け合ってね。
本宅って言ったか？
Well, she's the shrine maiden of this village, so I don't know if they can I think she's too important to not take somewhere else, but like you would think that someone here would take them in to live with. Since everyone loves her so much, I think you would think people would, you know, would like compete, like who gets to have Rika-chan. Let's not let common sense interfere with our enjoyment.
そっちで暮らした方が楽だろうに。
Some people have easier time to suspend the disbelief than other people. I've noticed that. I can pretty easily just accept things as they are in the story. Like I can see the stuff if there's something like blatantly wrong about things, but you know, I don't know. Curtains were drawn, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see what. Two young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough
は
life.
じめはそうしてたみたい。でも、両親を思い出すから辛いって言って。
I had no idea. I feel really bad for them. They were normally so cheerful at school that I never even realized an atom of
リ
this.
カちゃんもサトコも大変なんだな。
The next arc is, I think, the most, or I'm not sure if most depressing, but like one of the like super depressing.
呪われてるんだよ。
She's cursed.
え？
Right. Suddenly, Mion said something in such a low voice that it sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. Oh no, her head! Oh no! I turned around to the ladder to face her and asked again.
ミオン、お前今なんて言った？
呪われてるって言ったの。
Mion, still holding onto the ladder, brought her head up and looked me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mion's eyes clouded over, and within them boiled and bubbled a stew of chaos. Is it about Satoko? I noticed that the arcs mostly follow one character. At the time, the previous one ran out. This one is about Mion and Shion. Yeah, it's Satoko. Satoko is a big part of the next arc. Yeah. She has been kind of... yeah, one of the more less established characters. I think she's even in... Yeah, she's in the cover, I think. Yeah. They whirled around and around like a raging sea, and bubbles floated to the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on the dead-end street.
ミオン、お前、なんて顔してんだよ。
And then to follow that up with, "You're going too far with this joke," and give it her a forced smile. However, on such an uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came out of my mouth was a hoarse groan as I desperately struggled to not let nausea overwhelm me.
北条聡子はね、お社様のたたりを一身に受けた呪われた子なの。
Has she now? Mion answers, with a response to something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's question.
公園の展望台から転落死したのは両親だけ。あの子をみそっかす扱いしてた冷たい両親だけが死んで、あの子は一人だけ助かった。引き取り先であの子をいじめたおばは、綿流しの夜に異常者に脳みそがぐっちゃぐちゃに飛び散って頭が原型をとどめないくらいにめった打ちにされて殺された。
Ouch. Bonk bonk. Bonk bonk.
いつもあの子をかばってたサトシ君も、あの子の誕生日に突然消えてしまった。あの子をいじめていなかったのに消されてしまった。警察は家出したんだって決めつけたけど、サトシ君は逃げ出すような人じゃなかった。いつも一生懸命、誰の力も借りずにコツコツと一人懸命に努力する人だった。たった一人の妹のために身を粉にして頑張ってたのに消されてしまった。あの子のためにだけに生きていたのに消されてしまった。かわいそうなサトシ君、なんて報われないサトシ君、なんて恩知らずなあの子なの。あの子は呪われた子。あの子に近づけばそれが誰でも末路は同じ。たたりで死ぬかたたりで消えるか。あの子に安らぎなんてあるものか。あの子に安らぎなんてあるものか。リカちゃんが消えたのもきっとサトコのせいだよ。違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う違う
Down the drain. Follow the blood. Down the drain. Follow the blood. Down the drain. Has to be. Yeah. Mia was mumbling her words over and over that were no longer coherent. Her shoulders were trembling so hard that I could feel it through the ladder. Almost lost my footing, which made me realize just how far away the ground really was.
落ち着けよ、ミオ。何のことを言ってるのかわからないよ。
I wasn't sure if she even heard me. Mion rocked back and forth, and the rocking and trembling was becoming even more violent. Help me! The ladder! It's falling! Help me! Help! Just then I heard the sound of many people running towards us.
おい！
Oi!
ここだ！
I very nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults led by Rena ran over here with flashlights.
ケイチくん、みーちゃん、遅れてごめんね。鍵借りてきたよ。
Good job.
助かったね。
Are you good? Are you good? Are you alright, Mion?
どうも窓も閉じ目には完璧らしくてね。
Oh, all good now. What's Mion gun look like on the other sprite? She doesn't have the gun in the other ones. Yeah. It's removed. Is there anything else that's like different? Oh. Wait. No gun. No gun.
困ってた。
Green female. When I heard Mion talking like nothing had just happened, I again felt a chill run through me. The person currently holding the ladder in place. It was definitely Mion. It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then, the person muttering to themselves. Just a few seconds ago. Who was that? The person was mumbling about terrible things, like curses. Who was that? I jumped down from the ladder as if running away, before Mion turned into that person, who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on a keyring as they tried to open the big shutter door in the first floor.
リカちゃんの家はね、もともとは町会の防災倉庫だったの。だからシャッターの鍵を今でも村長さんの家が預かってるの。
ああ。
今ではリカちゃんとサトコの指定だけど、まあもともとリカちゃんの家の敷地内だし、誰も文句は言わないけどね。
Mio gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mia was acting all too normal now, but that only contrasted all the more sharply with her earlier and un-Mion-like creepiness. Bam, bam, clatter, 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 bang. The shutter opened for the first time in a very long while. Rena located the light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in.
リカちゃん、サトコちゃん、いるなら返事をして。
We climbed the narrow staircase. It had looked like nothing more than a warehouse. But now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. Somehow the scent of the two of them had filled the place. It was definitely where Rika-chan and Satoko lived. Scent? Coffee. First floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was a space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment, past the kitchen was a living room taking up about 150 square feet. Oh, square feet. Ah, okay. I'm not sure how... I don't know how much that is. I only know square meters. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space. And in the corner there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have just been taken in from drying outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and on it were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of a frugal lifestyle drifted all of it. It was strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults climbing the stairs one at a time began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves.
どう？やっぱりいない？
いない。絶対おかしい。
The village had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. than do they even Rika-chan and Satoko had. Were they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here though. Where would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where did they go? The adults put forth various possibilities and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down.
信じたくないけど、君吉の村長さんが消えたのが昨日の今日。無関係とは言い切れないね。
The adult's faces paled at Mio's declaration. Mine and Reina's did as well.
例えば、ご近所に行ってお茶でもごちそうになって眠っちゃって、起こすに起こせなくなってるなんて可能性ももちろんあるよね。その可能性をまず潰そう。牧野さんは裏手から沢のあたりの家を回ってください。慶太郎さんはおじゃが池の方、岡村さんは。
Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation despite her age.
私はここに残って電話で片っ端から心当たりに問い合わせてみます。じゃあ皆さん、そういうことで。
Got it. The adults roared in reply and pounded back down the stairs below.
さすがみーちゃんだね。みーちゃんは学校だけじゃなく、ひなみ沢の委員長さんみたいだよね。
茶化さない茶化さない。ほらどいて。おじさんは電話を使うんだから。
Mion craned proudly, took the receiver and got started. Rena gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonosaki family's successor impression that Shion and Oishi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi Maebara. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure that Rika-chan and Satoko are safe. Why is it only Rika-chan? Why is it not Satoko-chan? Let's see. Couldn't there be a clue hinting at where they might have gone somewhere in this room?
とはいえ、そんなのわかるはずもないよな。
If we tore the whole place apart and figured out what was different from before, we might be able to speculate, but there was nothing strange about this room and there were no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi Maebara. Stop thinking and start looking for something. In the search of something, I tried pulling open the treasure drawers and opened the windows. I didn't uncover anything meaningful though. Rena, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was.
でもレナ、冷蔵庫や流しの下の棚とかを開いてもリカちゃんは見つからないと思うぞ。
隠れてるかなって思って。
As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mio had called.
私、みんなに話をしてくる。遅かれ、警察も来るだろうしね。大石のやつにも事情を説明しなきゃ。
Mio began descending the stairs, and we followed her out the front to the house. There were already around 10 adults here, and all of them looked uneasy. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore.
ミオンちゃん、リカちゃんとサトコちゃんがいなくなったってのは本当かい？
The villagers are formed the ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her right hand as if silently telling them to calm down.
誰かの家にお邪魔していないか、町会の回覧区分に沿って全校をまず調べよう。本人たちがこっちの気も知らずに、誰かの家ですやすやとお泊まりしてる可能性もあるわけだからね。
It would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika-chan if she had eaten a good full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that were the case.
こんなことは考えたくないけど、もちろん悪いことが起こった可能性もある。
Mion's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults.
我々も手分けしよう。昨夜の村長探しで回ったところをもう一度回る。
俺たちはダム現場をよく念入りに探してみる。お前さんたちは学校のあたりを探してみてくれ。
どう？したらはよ回らんと。行こう行こ
う。みんな昨日も村長さん探しで徹夜だったからね。寝不足で辛いだろうけど、どうかよろしく。
Oh! With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured I should scatter somewhere as well, so I started walking unsteadily in the direction no one else had gone in. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I should be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that? It was because tonight, someone had already disappeared. So, nobody else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, would feel guilt at the cause of my own selfish sense of relief. Okay, wait. My cat is making a ruckus. So I'm gonna go check on her real quick, and we're gonna be right back. So, I'll be back in a minute. Bye-bye. See you soon. See you soon. Hi. Hi. Didn't get onikakushied. I'm safe and sound. My cat had to sue me, so I had to play with her a bit. Oh, I made a innovation a little while ago because baby doesn't really care for normal toys, so it's sometimes hard for her to sometimes hard to get her to play. But I realized, like, she likes to play with hair ties. She loves hair ties and pens. So I tried to tie a hair tie to a string, and that was the ultimate. She went crazy. She went crazy, but she broke the hair tie, but she still likes it. But yeah, I felt really smart. Like my previous cat was the same. I'm back, yes. My previous cat didn't care for normal toys either. He liked sticks. And those kind of plastic things that you use to tie things up with. Yeah, I'm not sure what they called. I have a cane at home. My cat loves to bite its step for some reason. I think that might be a cat. Just a cat thing. They don't like to. They never sleep in their designated beds. They don't play with their toys. They like to play with other things and sleep wherever. Yeah. But yeah, let's continue. Suddenly, my vision cleared and a cold wind caressed my body. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see lights on here and there, and I knew that the entire village had awoken from its slumber. First Takano-san and Tomitake-san, then the mayor, and now even Rika-chan and Satoko had been sacrificed, and the word of it was spreading everywhere. The strength in my knees left me. This could no longer be a joke. We could have found them. Mion would have told me I was a worrywart. Rena would just be glad we did, and they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, my arms both bent forward onto the ground, and I clawed at it with my nails. I couldn't figure out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. Check the swamp. I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin, and I had just told Rika-chan about it. They had nothing to do with it, but Rika-chan and even Satoko had been sacrificed. It was like a cross that Shion and I would each have to bear the weight of until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then their problem started long before that. my original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start, yet I lost out to cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the noise, despondent as I was.
ケイチくん？ケイチくん？大丈夫？
I'm not okay. It was Rena. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pains. Tummy hurt. This is no mere tummy hurt. This is heart, soul hurt. And not Taijobu. She ran over and rubbed my back to make me feel
俺
better.
が全部悪いんだ。俺のせいで。
ケイチくんが？何も悪いわけはないよ。自分をどうか責めないでね。
I could tell Rena was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, you know why Rika-chan and Satoko-chan disappeared, don't you? Is what she really meant to say. Because it was an emergency, Rena had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika-chan was safe, but now that we actually confirmed her disappearance, it was only natural Rena would start to wonder about why. However, with the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit that Rika-chan and Satoko had disappeared, but I couldn't let Rena disappear either.
ケイチくん、こんな風通しのいいところにずっといたら風邪ひいちゃう。
Rena sat down, picking her eyes level with mine.
子供たちはね、もう解散して家で寝ろって。
Rena showed me her watch as she said that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Time was passing too quickly. I had been crawling around here for that long.
もう寝ないと明日の学校に差し支えるよ。大人たちだって昨夜も一晩中村長さんを探したからみんなクタクタ。今夜は少し早めに解散するって。
I was a little upset that they weren't allocating as much time to this as they had to search for the mayor last night. But that was something I, because of everything, had no right to criticize them for.
大丈夫。さっきね、警察の人も来たの。今、どんどん街から応援のパトカーが来てるよ。
Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All of the incidents that occurred right after Watanagashi were seen as the product of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko too, their disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious, unresolved, declared a mystery, and disappear from memory. Rika-chan's face, her sweet face, like a Western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic fanged smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember, then the less I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot dozens of times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't be hold back my tears at my own sheer stupidity.
ケイチくんが 何を自分に責めているかわからないけれど、もうやめよう。
I wasn't about to deny it. I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Rena out of this. If she found out, she would become
頼む
involved.
レナ、放っておいてくれないか。俺きっと家に帰ったって眠れない。
If I couldn't get to sleep, then I at least wanted to search for Rika-chan and Satoko until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet they still hadn't been found. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it.
俺のせいで消えてしまったんだ。他の探してくれてる人たちよりも先になんか眠れるものか。
I had said that to myself, in self-deprecation, but I soon realized that Rena was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumblings. I realized I had misspoke.
圭一くんのせいなの？どうしてそう思うのかな？
That can't be. Kichikun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Rena had said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything had been caused by my breaking taboo on the night of the Watanagashi, then even Rena would curse my existence. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Rena. If I spilled even one word of how he snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena could disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always in. But at a time like this, the most dependable person in the world, Rena, might disappear. I don't want that. Anything but that. This time I need to bear my own cross, alone.
圭一くんがとても仲間思いだって知ってるから、自分を傷つけたくなる気持ちもよくわかるよ。だけどレナは圭一くんのせいじゃないって知ってる。圭一くんが悪くないって知ってるから。
知ってるって。
The shivering in my veins rushed up my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Rena to figure it out. This is bad. Now Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear. Then Rena, the same way I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly.
圭一くん、ひょっとしてレナも消えちゃうかもしれないって思ってるのかな。お社様のたたりで。
She puts more force into the hand, rubbing my head.
だったら安心して。レナは消えたりしないよ。絶対に。
レナ。
どうして消えないなんて自信を持って言えるんだよ。
I mean, someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There was no proof it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There was even less proof after all that the sacrifice wouldn't be Rena. I don't care who you are. Just please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please stop cruelly getting rid of people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion and Rika-chan and Satoko for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to mind. They must be planning to kill all of us. Kill us last of all. They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They start by killing those we're close to, and then after their cause, as soon as pain, they kill us. That must be what they're good at doing.
レナ。
Please, don't disappear. Please, don't as long as I'm still here. I could no longer conceal the sobs welling up within me.
ほら、ケイチ君に涙なんか似合わないよ。みんなのところに行こう。婦人会の人たちがね、お味噌汁の炊き出しをしてくれてるの。飲むと温まって落ち着くよ。
We're not prompting me to stand. Didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. The many villagers there sipped at the soup they were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village until a little while ago. From the dreary looks on their faces, though, I assumed that they hadn't come up with anything yet.
ケイちゃん、どこ行ってたんだよ。ケイちゃんまでいなくなったのかと心配したよ。
すまん。
Mion held out some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite.
みーちゃん、どう？何か手がかりはあった？
Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank.
全然ない。学校が終わってから家に帰って2人で自転車に乗ってどこかに行ったらしい。
Somewhere.
しかも2人が自転車に乗った姿は全く目撃されていないし。
When it gets dark out in Hinamizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back home from town in cars or on bicycles, it was almost normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. It wasn't at all strange that nobody had seen Rika-chan and Satoko riding their bikes.
昨日の村長の時と同じ。お手上げだよ。
No hope! Don't say that. Mion's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She had been doing all sorts of things to try and fight Rika-chan until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night last night too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I had spent the time hunched over in indecision all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion.
ケイちゃんも辛いだろうけど今夜はこれで休もう。さっき今夜は解散しようってなったところだよ。これを飲んだらもう終わりにしよう。
終わりなのか？
あ、もちろん終わりじゃないよ。明るくなったら警察も増援を入れて徹底的に探すってさ。沖宮の方に行ってる可能性もあるからね。村長の件も含めて獅子骨市全体で目撃情報がないか洗うって言ってる。それよりもケイちゃんだよ。どこに行ってたんだい？いつの間にかいなくなっちゃうから心配したんだよ。
I had to have a little bit of an episode. Suddenly, I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond.
すまん。気をつけるよ。
何もなかった。怪しい人に監視されてるとか、付け狙われてるとか、そういうのはなかった？
Mion demanded with a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been. Despite being in so much pain, I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin, and I must bear it alone.
何もないよ。でも気をつける。すまん。
Here are we murdering kids again. We're not the ones doing it. We're just helpless observers. We cannot do anything but click, and watch it unfold. Yeah. Yeah, we're not bad people. How old are these guys again? Mion, Keiichi, and Rena, they're high schoolers, but the Satoko and Rika are like 11, maybe 10 or 11. 500 years. The Keiichi, Mion, and Rena are around 15, 16, yeah. Satoko and Rika are 10 or 11-ish, yeah. Yeah. They've got an insane sense of responsibility for their ages. Yeah. Yeah, but I like, it doesn't seem too weird. I don't know, like, most anime characters, most anime manga characters are that age. And yeah, it just feels normal. You don't really even think about it. It's just how it is. Yeah, Mion is older. Mion is the oldest. Yeah. Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders looking relieved. And Jojo was 16, yeah. It's the rock. The rock.
美味しい匂いが漂ってくると思ったら、これはぜひご商売に預かりたいですね。
14 for Keiichi? Ah, okay. We heard the repulsive voice of a fat man. Keiichi. 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 He's trying to help. He's doing his job. He's doing his job. You brat. You brat. That was Oishi-san, trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically in a way unfitting given the situation.
大して残ってないですよ。それでもよければ勝手にどうぞ。
Mion didn't like Oishi-san very much. Her cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Oishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water at a frog's face.
ありゃりゃ。
ありゃりゃ。あやい、あやや。あやや。
味噌汁のお残りってちょっと塩分高めなんですよね。参ったな。君たちはいただきます？
He recommended it to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
どうですか？警察の方では何か手がかりはつかめ
Maybe
ましたか？
because he was nulled and they feel like they should refuse as well. Oishi's voice actor is so good. Yeah, he is. Like, I was talking about the anime earlier. They have the same voice actors there as well, and they're good as always. Like, all the voice actors are good. All the voice actors are good. Rena's smile was warm enough to replace the miso soup.
大丈夫ですよ、お嬢さん。ご安心、ご安心。ちゃんと探してるんですから。
She's here from the movie. Oh, good. He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been no progress. That was your annoying way to beating around the bush.
それよりも、もう本当に遅い時間です。どうぞ若い皆さんはお帰りになってお休みになってください。体に触りますよ。
そうだよ。ケイちゃんもレナも今日はもう休みな。あとは税金で働いてるおっさんたちがやってくれるから。
Tax money.
私たちだって税金払ってるんですけどね。蕎麦屋さんが自分の作った蕎麦食ってるみたいな気分ですよ。な。
I really wasn't in the mood for laughter. In fact, Oishi-san was the only one laughing like a total baka.
じゃあ、本当によろしくお願いしますね。
Rika 11, Satoko 11, 12. Yeah, they're same. Keiichi and Rena are actually a little younger than I thought. Same. Same.
帰ろう、ケイチくん。明日が辛くなるよ。
そうです、そうです。なんなら、お二人をお送りしてもいいですよ。くまちゃん、車を回してあげてください。
あ、結構です。俺たち自転車で来てるんで。
ご安心を。私たちワゴン車で来てますから、自転車も積めますよ。
We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed the ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like that. Rena, however, nodded.
せっかくだからお世話になろうよ。私たちだけで帰るよりきっと安全だよ。
When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Rena's idea was extremely irrational.
そうと決まれば行きましょう行きましょう。
じゃあね。おやすみ。レナもケイちゃんも。
Night night. Sweet dreams.
みーちゃんも早めに休んでね。おやすみ。
I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Rika-chan and Satoko still hadn't been found. My unease, however, was steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Rena showed the police where our bicycles were so Oishi-san could haul them into the truck. He prompted us to get in the back seat. I could hear the springs squeaking as I sat down to the seat. That would normally hurt my rear end, but at this point it was very soft, and it was more than comfortable enough to fall asleep on.
では、レディーファーストで。
Lady
お嬢
Fast.
さんの家から行きましょう。住所はどちらです？
ありがとうございます。私の家はですね、
Rena's voice slowly grew distant. I felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep.
もしもーし。前原さん、完全に眠っちゃってますか
When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. Oishi-san was giving me light slaps on the cheek. It didn't feel good at all, so I wake up immediately.
すみません。すっかり寝込んじゃって。
Something was being held right under my nose. Clump of metal? Was a can of
ぬ
coffee?
るいですがね。甘いカフェオレなら常温でも結構飲めますよ。
Oh.
あ、どうも。
I mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. A feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped and why I was offered coffee. Oishi-san, who had been in the driver's seat, had at some point moved to the back. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. Reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I realized I'd made a mistake. Today, of all days, it didn't look I would be getting away. I had a feeling that Oishi-san heard what he wanted to. He would... Until Oishi-san heard what he wanted to, he wouldn't be letting me go.
そんなに構えられても困ります。別に取って食おうってわけじゃないんですから。前原さん。
Oishi-san gulped down the last of his coffee, then stretched wide. Is it... oh, even wider. Even wider. Sorry, showing me how relaxed he was. That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness.
俺に、また何の用ですか？
用？いえいえ、別に別に。
Nothing really. You're going to evade the question at this point. What a deeply unreadable man.
私からは用はないんですが、前原さんから私に用があるんじゃないかと思いましてね。
別に用なんかないです。
ありゃあ、本当にあるんじゃないですか？
There was only one side door in the back seat of his truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Oishi-san. I couldn't get away. I could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. Oishi-san, despite my reticence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. The cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing longer and longer to an amount of time that almost seemed infinite.
前原さんから相談したいことがきっとあったと思ってたんですけどね。
Oishi-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. Bleh. Bleh. How much did Oishi-san know? What did he know and what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made you disappear, if I told him, would Oishi-san disappear too? Let's test. I had a feeling I didn't need to worry about that in his case.
どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんでしょうね。
Oishi-san addressed me in a low tone as if he was talking to himself. How all this ended up happening? How the heck should I know? That was what I wanted to know.
富武二郎さんと高野美代さん、ご存知ですよね。お祭りの時、園崎紫音さんを含めて4人で一緒におられたのを私がこの目で拝見してますから。その富武さんと高野さん、今どうしておられるかご存知ですか？
How they're doing?
実はお亡くなりになってましてね。
I
気の
know.
毒な死に方でした。
Uishi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew, and didn't display the extreme reaction he
お
expected.
や、
Oh yeah? Oh
ひょっとし
yeah?
てご存知でした？
Unfortunately for his question, in particular, remaining silent was equivalent to saying, yes.
じゃあこっちもご存知かな。富武さんと高野さんがたたりに遭われた理由の方です。なんでもですね、入っちゃいけない禁断の建物に入ったからだって言われてるんですよ。
The storehouse for ritual implements. The forbidden shed, sealing away Hinamizawa's blood-stained past. Where the mistake that started it all happened.
村長さんや古出里香さんもそのせいでたたりに遭われたんだという噂はご存知で？
That would mean it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what he did.
西宮殿って言いましたっけ？あそこの鍵を簡易なものに付け替えたから賊に入られたんだっていうケチがついてるらしいんですよ。
What? This was news to me.
一昨年くらいまでは西宮殿にはでっかい缶抜きとでっかい錠前がいくつも付けられていたらしいんですよ。
Forbidden shed sounds a bit funny for some reason. Stay out of my shed. Had these big bars and a huge padlock on it. Just don't talk. You could have kept your mouth shut. Can't just stare outside. He can't hold you in the car without becoming a kidnapping.
ところがほら、神主夫妻がお亡くなりになられて、今は古出里香さんが切り盛りされてるでしょ。缶抜きが重くて大変だから、もっと軽い簡単な錠前に付け替えてほしいと村長さんに相談したらしいんですよ。
Ah. Sup? Hi. Hi, hi. Was that the hot diggity demon stuff from a long ago? Yeah. It was. I'm glad you got the reference. Big bars I was talking about, but the lock certainly had been a simple one. It was a pretty cheap one too. It didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place you store something as important as ritual implements would look like.
リカさんはあの通り小柄な女の子ですからね。錆びついて重くなった缶抜きはしんどかったんでしょうな。で、村長さんが職人を手配して簡単な南京錠で鍵ができるように付け替えたんだそうです。
Okay.
それがどうしてケチがつくことになるんですか？
つまりですね、前の厳重な錠前なら賊には忍び込まれなかった。村長さんとリカさんが勝手に安っぽい鍵に変えたから賊に破られたんだ。と、こういう話らしいんですよ。
そんな話。
そういう話がまかり通ってて、一部の村人たちが西宮殿に忍び込んだ賊と賊に破られるような鍵に変えた村長とリカさんを罰したんだ。なんて話があったりなかったりしてるんですよ。前原さん。
前原さん。
どう思います？
どう思うって、その一部の村人ってのもよくわからないし。
御三家ってご存知ですかな？
Three families.
綿流しのお祭りの開会式典で各家の代表がそれぞれ挨拶をなさってるでしょう。
祭りには途中から来たからよくは。
御三家ってのはひなみ沢の旧家の3つの家のことなんです。 具体的に言うと、君吉家、園崎家、古出家の3つのことです。
Kimiyoshi family, the Sonozaki family, and the Furude.
本当に古い家筋らしくてね。大昔から村の決め事は御三家が合議して決めるんだと言われてます。
The Kimiyoshi family. Old man Kimiyoshi meaning the mayor's family. The Sonozaki family was Mion's. The Furude family was Rika-chan's family then.
園崎家が戦後に一気に勢力を拡大しましてね。例のダム闘争で反ダムの旗頭になってからは事実上ひなみ沢を牛耳るトップに躍り出ました。でもですね、古いしきたりに従い今でも重要な村の方針は御三家で合議して決めているんだそうです。だから綿流しの開会挨拶も御三家の当主がそれぞれなさるんですよ。つまり村長と園崎家の現当主のおばあ様、そして古出家の最後の一人リカさんです。
園崎家が大した家柄だという話は聞かされてたけど、リカちゃんの家もそういう旧家だったのか。
まあご存知の通り親族は全くおられませんから、古出家は事実上全く勢力を持ちませんがね。ただリカさん個人には求心力があるようで、村のお年寄りには盲信する方が多いと聞いています。
It was certainly true that Rika-chan had an odd sort of charisma amongst the elderly.
で、その御三家ってのが何だって言うんですか？
Oishi-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette.
ここまで説明してもまだ説明が足りませんかね。
わからないから聞いてるんです。
Oishi gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another big puff of smoke.
御三家の人間が相次いで消されてるんです。どういうわけかね。ひなみ沢の内側の古い因習か何かに基づいているんじゃないかと読んでいるんですが、それ以上のことはさっぱり。
Old tradition?
そんなの俺にだってさっぱりです。
ですから君吉家古出家の当主が消えたんですから、次は園崎家の当主が消えるんじゃないかな、なんて思ったり思わなかったりしたりする今日この頃、いかがお過ごしでしょうか。なんちゃって。
園崎家の当主って誰だよ。
当主は園崎本家のおばあちゃんなんですが、実質上の当主権限はもう孫娘のミヨンさんに移行していると見て間違いないでしょうね。
The visage of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika-chan sprung back to mind.
ミヨンが
Mion! I hadn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood on end. That's insane.
嫌でしょ。
当たり前だ。そんなの許せるものか。
Clamp. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both hands.
では協力を、前原さん。園崎ミヨンさんについて最近気づいたことを何でもいいから話してください。
I was going along with him. By the time I realized it was too late, Oishi-san brought his face in closer, almost close enough to ram into me, waiting for my next words. There's pressure. I can't tear my eyes away from his. That moment, I heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him. So he finally let go of me and leaned into the driver's seat.
もしもし。はいはい、神戸良子。
I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could use this opening to escape.
そうですね。はいはい。では戻りましょう。はいはい。
Hi, hi.
はいはい。
Hi, 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 hi. Apparently, it was being recalled. Now that I knew I'd been freed, the tension in my body dissipated all at once.
そろそろ戻らないといけないみたいです。これからがいいところだったんですが、残念ですね。
Yeah, too bad. Too bad. We gotta do this again sometime, right here. Oishi-san flung open the door, excited, and walked around the front of the driver's seat. You left the door open. Did that mean I could leave?
前原さんは友達思いの今時感心な若者です。友人のことを警察に喋ると、なんだか裏切っているような気持ちになるのをよくわかっていますよ。
Exited. Exited.
前原さん、一晩差し上げますから、ゆっくりお休みになってよく考えてくださいね。前原さんのほんのちょっとの勇気が結局大勢の友人を救うことにつながるかもしれないのです。
Did he want to say that the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Rika-chan and Satoko?
分かってると思いますが、綿流し以降、毎晩何かが起こります。これまでは毎年1回だったたたりが、今年は連日。本当に景気のいい年です。
そんなの景気がいいなんて言いません。
おととい、昨日、そして今日、明日の晩も起こらないなんて保証どこにもありませんよ。それを未然に防ぐのが私たちの仕事ですが、それには前原さんの協力が不可欠なんです。
I looked out the open door to see none other than my house right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to care.
まあ、今日はもう眠いでしょう。もう3時になりますからね。
That much?
どうぞごゆっくりお休みになってください。
はい。では、失礼します。
When I was about to get out of the truck, as if deliver a parting blow, Oishi-san said, in a raised voice.
私、前原さんが話す気になってくれるまで、毎日来ちゃいますからね。取り調べして自白を強要っての、もう時代じゃないと思いますんで。
Couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. After lightly beeping the horn, Oishi-san drove off. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. Then walked over to the staircase. That was where I lost consciousness. It died. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Katie, my bottle. Chapter 10. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I had awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you can get up at the same time every day. You really can get out of bed. The secrets of the human body never seem to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. Ever. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Ma asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently we too had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening.
じゃあ、昨夜はお友達とみんなで夜遅くまで探してたの
？3時くらいまでかな。うん。
結局見つかったの？そのリカちゃんとサトコちゃんは。
Crunch. I wearily bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Not toast! Just then we heard a chime go ding dong. I looked up at the clock and saw it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. It was her at the door.
おはよう。少しは眠れたかな？
何時間寝れたんだろうな。多分、鶏の足でも数えられるくらいだと思う。
Caught them on chicken's toes. Rena seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit.
学校、行くか？
うん。その方がね、きっといいと思うの。
She said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Rena was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school.
今日お休みしたら、きっとケイチ君は病んで寝込んじゃうと思う。私、そんなの嫌だから。だから、一緒に学校に行こ
う。わかった。ちょっと待っててくれ。すぐ支度するから。
I was just a little bit happy about Rena mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us.
みーちゃん、さすがに今日は起きられないかもね。
あ、そうか。あいつにとっては昨日だけじゃないんだよな。一昨日の晩も村長さんを探して徹夜してるんだよな。
We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go alone. We exchanged glances.
どうする？もう少し待つか？
At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san had left me with last night. The leaders of the 3 families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be the Sonosaki's leader. Could Mion have? No, that couldn't be.
行こう。今日は寝かせておいてあげようよ。
Nana gave me a pat on the back.
ミオン、本当にいるよな。
何か言ったかな？
あ、いや、独り言。行こうぜ。
Let's. The two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword next to him was a little ominous.
前原君、おはよ
竜宮君、おはよ
おはようございます。
う。先生から大切なお話があるから、すぐに教室に入るように。いいかね。
Okay. Rena and I said nothing. The madness that only existed last night at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Bum, bum, bum.
皆さん、おはようございます。
The hushed conversation that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment that our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning.
まず、校長先生から大切なお話があります。校長先生、どうぞ。
The principal cleared his throat and approached the dais.
もう知っている生徒もおるだろ
う。The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
はい、皆さん注目注目。今日から当分の間、登下校は保護者の方と一緒に行います。保護者の方の都合がつきにくい生徒は集団での登下校とします。プリントを作りましたので、よく読み、保護者の方にも必ず見せてください。
Smart.
いいですね。
Yes. The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just cancelled school today. However, Rina told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be cancelled.
では、授業を始めます。委員長はお休みですね。では日直、号令起立。
A feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. As for the teacher, always had her lunch in the staff lounge. She ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Rena brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
眠いね。
ああ。でも、もうそんなに気にならなくなったよ。むしろ今寝れるくらいのずぶとい神経が羨ましい。
そうかもね。
I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Rena's bento box didn't have its usual luster. She was a curry freak, yeah. Very passionate about curry. That was to be expected. And I was up for a long time last night too. She wouldn't have time to make her lunch beforehand. This is not like she would have gotten up early this morning.
遠慮なくつっつけよ。今日は素直に俺の弁当の方が立派なのを認めろ。
じゃあ遠慮なくいただくね。ああ、 しそチーズのちくわ巻きなんて面白いな。
レナのだって今日のはレトルトだろうけどなかなかうまいぞ。
I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom, and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
こうして二人だけでお弁当をつつき合ってると、なんだかなんだかだよね。は
Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up.
ごめん。悪かった。
いいよ。仕方ないよ。
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore.
リカちゃんとサトコ、どこに行ったんだろうな。
Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic. But I came right out and said it. I had Rena catch her breath.
昨日ね、ケイチくんがいなくなってる間にいろいろと話を聞いてたから、レナも
ゆうべはすまなかった。
Sorry.
頼む。
At that time, since I had arrived for support, Rena was helping the ladies' society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all the information the villages had gathered, and Rena said she overheard it.
でも結局何もわからなかったんだろ。学校が終わってから家に帰って二人で自転車に乗ってどこかへ行ったらしいということ以外は全く。
Mion had told me yesterday. We had no clues.
警察の人も家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行ったんだろうって言ってる。家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行くところと言ったら町かもしれないでしょ。だから沖宮の町でいなくなったんじゃないかって結論になってるみたい。警察は明るくなってから捜査範囲を沖宮にも広げるって言ってた。
In town? It makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis of thinking that. Just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan was likely very important to her that day. And Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then... what did she say? Alright. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. I selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch.
町なんかに行くわけないと思うんだ。
ケイチ君もそう思う？レナもそう思うよ。リカちゃんもサトコちゃんもひなみ沢でいなくなったに違いないの。
I looked back at Rena, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway.
お弁当箱を洗ってくるね。
She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say out loud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Rena didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains on the back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Rena didn't say a word. Then after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
リカちゃんとさとこちゃんが街に遊びに行っていなくなったなんて、なんだか腑に落ちなくて、私なりにいろいろ聞いたり調べたりしたの。
聞いた？何を？
婦人会のおばさんたちにいろいろ。昨日のお味噌汁、お豆腐がいっぱい入ってたでしょ？富田豆腐店のおばあちゃんも来てたの。
The Tomita Tofu shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
おばあちゃんね、昨日学校の帰り道にさとこちゃんがお店に寄ってお豆腐を買っていったのを覚えてたの。
豆腐？学校の帰り道にだろ？それが何か手がかりになるのか？
いいから聞いて。リカちゃんの家に行った時のこと覚えてるかな？
Rena stepped away from the sink and spread her arms wide, create the space of Rika-chan's room.
ガス台にお鍋がかけてあって、その中にお味噌汁が入ってたの。中にはお豆腐が多分一丁の半分くらい入ってたと思う。残りの半分は冷蔵庫の中にあったの。冷ややっこにするつもりだったんだね。お皿に開けてラップがかけてあった。
As Rena explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's room.
でもレナ、それが何だって言うんだ？
ケイチ君、お味噌汁のお豆腐って本当に最後の最後に入れるんだよ。つまりお料理してたリカちゃんか、もしくはさとこちゃんはお夕飯の時間の直前まであそこに立って料理をしていたことになるの。
Huh? Yes?
夕食の時間の直前まで？
Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
三角コーナーのゴミを見たらすごく不吉祥だった。食事やお弁当はほとんどリカちゃんが作ってるんだけど、たまにね、さとこちゃんがすることもあるの。だからその晩はさとこちゃんがお料理したんだね。
それってつまりさとこに関しては遊びに行かず夕食の準備をしてたってことなのか？
それで私炊飯釜も見てみたの。炊飯釜には2人分のご飯が炊けていた。
Rena detective.
ってことは2人分の夕飯は作ったけど2人とも夕飯は食べなかった。そういうことか。
Rena nodded.
それで次に冷蔵庫の中も見てみたの。そうしたら残り半分のお豆腐で作った冷ややっこがあったの。それだけじゃない。お夕飯用に作ったおかずも何皿かあって、それらにはみんなラップがされていた。
You usually wrap plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch.
そう。ラップって食べ残しとかを取っておくためにするものだよね。冷蔵庫に入れたということは、少なくともその晩のうちには食べないつもりだったということ。
そういうことになるのか？
ケイチ君、もっとよく考えて。お夕飯を 全く手つけずでラップしてあったんだよ。どういうことだと思う？
じゃあ夕食を食べる必要がなくなったわけだ。外食とか出前とかで。
それも突然にね。前もって決まっていたらお料理なんかしない。そしてお夕食は2人分用意されていた。つまりさとこちゃんは2人で食事ができると本当に直前までそう思って料理をしていたということなの。
じゃあ2人で遊びに行っていなくなったというのは間違いじゃないか。
そう。つまりいなくなったのはお夕飯ができて夕食に至るまでの本当にわずかな時間。多分7時頃くらい。
そんな時間に食事もせずに2人はどこへ行ったんだ？
当然そこに行き着くよね。圭一くん覚えてるかな？折りたたみ机が置いてあって、その上にお醤油や箸立てなんかが置いてあったのを。
There might have been something like that. I didn't remember.
お醤油の小瓶ね。空っぽだったの。もう一滴も入ってなかった。これじゃあ冷ややっこは美味しくないよね。だから私、流しの下にある醤油の大瓶を探してみたの。
よくそんなところにあるって知ってるな。
She's going Sherlock mood.
私もリカちゃんの家に行ってお料理したことあったから。
Rena cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression.
でね、流しの下を開けてみたら醤油の大瓶が瓶ごとなかったの。
醤油の大瓶がないとどういう意味になるんだ？
ここから先は全部レナの想像だからね。だから最後まで口を挟まずに聞いていてね。
Are listening. Listening. Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs.
俺、ご近所付き合いってよくわからないんだが、醤油なんかって分けてもらえるものなのか？
うん。ひなみ沢ではそんなに珍しいことじゃないよ。
So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that? Then the other person must have replied with something like
う
this.
ちに食事の用意があるから、さとこちゃんもいらっしゃい。リカちゃんはもう食べてるよって。きっとそんな感じで呼び出したんだと思う。
Satoko called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too and headed for the house where Rika-chan was.
でも、すでにこの時点でおかしいの。食事ってね、突然やってきた人に振る舞えるほど多めに作るものじゃないんだよ。
A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed two extra people.
たまたま偶然作りすぎたことだって考えられるだろう。
それでも絶対に考えられない。
Rena flatly denied
だって
me.
リカちゃんはさとこちゃんが頑張って作ったお夕飯がもうできてることを知ってるんだよ。どんなにお夕飯を勧められたってさとこちゃんのお夕飯を無駄にするようなことをするわけがない。
This was all only circumstantial evidence and Rena's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple this situation bereft of clues.
じゃあレナ、リカちゃんはどこへ醤油をもらいに行ったんだ？
That was the heart of it. Would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it suspicious that she had been invited for dinner. So, who was it? Rena slowly shook her head.
レナの推理はここまで。あくまでも想像だからね。警察の人とかには内緒にしておいてね。
隠すことはないんじゃないか。仮に半分しか会ってないとしてもきっとヒントにはなると思うぞ。
ケイチ君、これってひなみ沢の人を疑うって意味だよ。確信もないのに村の人を疑えない。
I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Rena cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this. In my own way. Rena had barely enough information to go on, yet she'd reasoned out that much. So there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Rena did, could deduce. Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Rena might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. Every time Stage starts to think in his own way, it ends in a... let's cut him some slack. Let's hear him out. Let's hear you out. Let him cook. Let him cook. So that night, Tomitake-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. There were two left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits brought their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I'd confessed my sin. And then what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? Why? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they weren't for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was then getting rid of those we confessed to. Now that I think of it, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. That's another story though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be? I was making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been. I thought and thought, but I couldn't come up with an answer. One thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case. And I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. At the ring of the bell declaring the end of the lunch break, would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. And put an end to all of this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us.
前原君、昼休みは終わりであるぞ。教室に戻りなさい。
At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else, following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers, silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, then another, and in the end it was just Rena and me. I was supposed to escort Rena all the way to her house, but she declined.
本当にいいのか？一人じゃ不用心だぞ。
レナを送った後、一人で帰るケイチ君だって同じくらい不用心だよ。まだ明るいんだもの。大丈夫。
そうか。
Like, yeah, that's a problem. Like, somebody is gonna be alone. Oh, they should have had like a teacher escort or some kind of adult escorting all of them till the end.
じゃあ気をつけてな。
あれ？あれ、警察の人じゃないかな。
Rena pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. From out of the car came Oishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin.
レナはもう行きな。あいつに絡まれると長い。
でも、どうして警察の人がケイチ君に用があるんだろう。
Rena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-san's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try to pressure me into revealing the truth.
俺は犯人じゃない。
そんなの知ってるよ。
でも、事件に何の関わりもないとは言い切れない。
And I simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something dirty.
今度話すよ。
待ってるね。
じゃあ、早く行きな。
Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Oishi-san who walked over.
どうもどうも。
どうもどうも。
お帰りなさい、前原さん。
どうも。
ご家族はお留守みたいですね。
Help.
いやはや困っていたんですよ。
Help. He came all the way to my house. I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late.
親父の仕事の関係で出かけてるんだと思います。帰りは遅いと思いますよ。
そうですか。それは好都合です。親御さんに変な思いをさせずに済みます。
Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car.
警察に連行するんですか？
I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling.
いえいえ、立ち話もなんですから、車の中でお話ししようってだけですよ。さあ、どうぞ。
He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. He wasn't know, however, that this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely.
ありゃ、冷えすぎます？切りましょうか。
He turned off the engine and it suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. Quack, 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 quack. It sounded like the chorus of voices lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored just foolish curiosity. For a few moments while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days that have vanished, twisted, and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first.
捜査の方はどうなってるんですか？
捜査？何のですか？最近はいっぱいありすぎて、どれのことやら。全
部です。
いいですよ。本当は報道管制の敷かれた秘密捜査なんですが、あなたには特別に聞かせてあげましょ
う。Thank you.
じゃあ、最初の事件からいきます。
The freed deaths of Tomitake-san and Takano-san on the night of the Watanagashi.
こっちはお恥ずかしいかな。さっぱり進展なしです。まずは富武さん。集団で暴行を受けた形跡はあるのですが、自分の喉をかき破るなんて異常な死に方の説明がつかないんです。何らかの薬物中毒を疑っているんですが、検出はされませんでした。
高野さんはどんな感じなんです？
同じくさっぱりです。焼死死体は検視が非常に困難でして、首を絞められた後にガソリンをかけられたんじゃないかと見ています。
管轄が岐阜県さんでね。あちらさん、自分たちの縄張りの事件だからってあんまり協力的じゃないんですよ。おっと、これは関係ない話ですね。
So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably.
ですが、犯行時間はおおむねお祭りが終わった直後だろうと見ています。高野さんの方はちょっとあやふやですが、富武さんとほぼ同じ時刻に殺害され、岐阜の山中に遺棄されたと考えるのが妥当でしょうな。
どうしてわざわざ遠くの山まで死体を運んだんでしょう。富武さんも同じように遠くへ運べばよかったのに。
ありゃ、前原さん、あなたなかなかどうして鋭いですね。もちろん私もそこは注目すべき点だと思っていますよ。他にもいくつか不審点はありますが、まあ現時点でお話しできるのはこのくらいです。
村長さんの方はどうですか？何か手がかりはありましたか？
Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me.
失踪された一日の足取りを調べました。 手がかりになるようなものは見つかりませんでしたが、一応お話ししましょうか。
The mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids.
古い生まれの方って非常にプライドが高いんですよね。それで村長さん、誰にも内緒で鹿骨市内にある大学病院の肛門科に通われていたんです。失踪当日、村長さんは診察の予約が取ってあったんで、朝一で出かけられました。
Even I knew that big hospitals, like university hospitals, had a really long waiting time. Apparently people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment.
診察が終わったのは午後1時頃です。その後、病院内のレストランで軽食を取られ、雑誌を読みながら時間を潰されました。この辺りのことは、自宅にあったお財布の中のレシートで分かってます。
There was nothing suspicious at all about that.
その日は夕方から神社の集会場で会合の予定があったんです。それで余裕を持ってお帰りになるはずだったんですが、途中電車で人身事故がありましてね。どうもそれで足止めを食ってしまったらしく、家に着いたのは会合の時間の直前でした。ご家族が大慌てで神社の集会場に出かけていく村長さんを目撃しています。
会合ってのは何だったんですか？確かその会合の帰り道に失踪してるんですよね。
会合は御三家と町会の主要役員が集まってのものでした。今年も起こってしまった連続開始事件の対応について協議したものと思われます。
So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart.
あれ？
どうなさいました？
I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I was only realized for a split second. Remember, Ichimabara, you just realized something important. The night of the Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano-chan and Tomitake-san died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital. Ate something. Then there was an unexpected delay on this train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of the Watanagashi until when he showed up to the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that. He went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. He got on the train alone. All that meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maebara? Why does that matter, Keiichi Maebara?
ケイちゃん、私、どうしよ
どうした？話せよ。俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ？
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi
村
everything.
長さんに、私、あの晩、最後でに忍び込んだこと、打ち明けたんです。誰かにそれを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
ああ、それで？
君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。そして、にっこり笑って、しおちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら、鬼隠しになんかなるものかって、本当に、笑いながら、任せなさいって。
Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. They became one long strand. Oh, that's so weird. And slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. So then, what does it mean? Ikechima para no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train right back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him until after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant...
前原さん、大丈夫ですか？やっぱり暑いんならクーラー入れますよ。
Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing makes sense. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in a blink of an eye, no longer able to return its shape.
前原さん、もしもし？
はい。
Oishi-san lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette, but placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long?
私、知ってる限りのことを話したつもりです。お返しに、今度は前原さんの話を聞かせてもらってもいいですよね。
My mind had become a gigantic oozing mass. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think.
ほらほら、また黙り込む。もし誤解があるようなら先に解いておきたいんですがね。私は別にあなたが犯人だなんて思っちゃいないんです。
Oishi-san gave his best attempt to an adult smile.
あの晩、あなたたち4人が西宮殿に忍び込んだことは知っています。次の日にはもう村の知る人は誰でも知る噂になってましたからね。それ自体は不法侵入として問われるべきことですが、問題はそれじゃない。そこで何があったかなんです。忍び込んだ人間が次々と犠牲になるような何があったのか。
何もなかったです。
As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there. But I knew it didn't matter
本
anymore.
当に何もなかったんですか？だって現にこうして中に入った人たちが次々と犠牲になってるんですよ。しかも扉の鍵を付け替えた村長やリカさんまで犠牲に。それだけの事態を引き起こす何があの中にあったんです？
I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along, but again, it didn't matter
大
anymore.
昔に使った拷問道具がたくさんしまってありました。それを高野さんたちと見て回りました。
本当にそれだけ？
本当にそれだけです。
口封じをされるようなとんでもないものが隠してあったんじゃないですか？例えば覚醒剤の山とか、消しの秘密工場があったとか、あるいはソ連か中国あたりの拳銃が山ほど積まれていたと。不審な木箱やコンテナが山積みされてませんでしたか
It was nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. Where the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I'd seen some crazy things that didn't matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened.
あの西宮殿に何か秘密があるんじゃないかと思って捜査令状を請求したんですがね。もう空前絶後の妨害工作がありまして、信仰の対象に対する侮辱であり、憲法で定めた信仰の自由をなんたらかんたら。いやもうだから実際に入ったあなたに聞くほかはなかったんですよ。
本当に古い錆びて埃をかぶった拷問道具しかなかったです。他に目立つものなんて何もなかったです。
では富武さんたちが殺されたのは禁忌を破ったからという制裁だけなんですかね。
I didn't have an answer for the only part.
もういちいち隠しませんけどね。
Hiding what?
あなただけが今日まで被害を免れてるんです。あなた以外は全員が消えたのに、あなただけが無事なんです。あなたが無事で、あなた以外が被害に遭う、どんな違いがあったのか、それが知りたいんです。
Was something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying? You alone? You alone? What?
ちょっと待ってください。
ちょっと待って。
あなただけがってどういう意味ですか？
ちょっと待って。
ですからあなただけが最後の生き残りなんじゃないですか。西宮殿に忍び込んだコソ泥4人組の
The only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was still.
あの晩に富武二郎さんと高野美代さんが死に、翌日園崎紫音さんが失踪しました。あなただけが無事に今日までを過ごしてるんです。なぜあなただけなのか、私はそれが知りたいと言ってるんです。
シオンが失踪したって？そんなバカな。
Unintentionally raised my voice. And I didn't care about that. Tomitake-san died. Takano-san died. Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What's this guy talking about?
とっくにご存知だったとばかり。
そんなのは初めて聞いた。 シオンが失踪した？いつ？
遡ると綿流しの次の日に失踪していたことになります。
Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't
園崎し
understand.
おんさんはその日の気分で親類の家を泊まり歩いたりしますので、所在不明が当たり前なんですよ。学校も気分一つでよく休みますしね。先生も困り果ててました。
そんなことは聞いてない。シオンはいつ失踪したかって聞いてるんだ。
ですから綿流しの次の日です。
The fluids in my body are reverse direction. I lost my sense of balance and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. Whoa. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared. Then, the night, that call, that phone call. Who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion.
学校は平気で休むし、それを自宅に知らせても取り合ってもらえないから、学校もいちいち電話しない。そんなこんなで、彼女が失踪したことに気づくのに、だいぶ時間がかかったんですよ。
I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back, began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well.
覚えてませんか？綿流しの次の日に私たち図書館でお会いしたでしょう。あの時シオンさんもいましたよね。あれが最後の目撃なんです。あの後彼女の所在は確認されてないんです。
そんなバカな。
That day, Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion found it away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that
エ
night?
ンジェルモートっていうファミレスのバイトですよね。あの日から無断欠勤です。今日に至るまで全てを無断欠勤してるんです。お店の人も連絡を取ろうにも取れず困りきってましたよ。
そんなバカな。
状況証拠だけですがね。図書館でお別れしてからバイト先に向かうまで、この間に失踪したと考えるのが妥当でしょうね。
Let Shion run away without me?
ご存知なかったみたいですね。なら先に話せばもっと話が早かったかな。もうこれでご理解いただけたでしょう。あとはあなただけなんです。あなただけが西宮殿に忍び込んだ4人の生き残りなんです。
Couldn't be. It just couldn't
次
be.
に何か起こるとすれば、それはあなたなんです。前原さん、どうかご理解を。
Can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared. That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion.
シオンさんはとっくに失踪してるんです。次はあなたなんですよ。
And who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was phone? Who was phone? Like, did he tell? I think he should have told. He should have said. He should have said to Oishi-san that, like, what would be the harm in saying that? Oh, I have been getting calls from someone who was pretending to be her, and I'll be like the only one who could do that is Mion. I lay down on the couch. I stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late and I should have some ramen or something for dinner. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. My hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared. Would she still call me? Where were they calling from? Who were they? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. Even though just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Kechimabara. Oishi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have gone to relatives that Oishi-san didn't know about and haven't been there ever since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her as a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then my right hand moved on its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little.
都合よく考えすぎるなよ、前原圭一。
I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do.
逃げるな、圭一。
If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion. There was someone though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else? Who else could have? Why though? Why would Mion? I thought back to the things about the Sonosaki family that I'd heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched my head. Courage. Give me courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It would be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use Toriki words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be careful. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I don't want to do this. 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 At that point, it rang. The phone rang. I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again tonight, the people that had disappeared, their corpses simply hadn't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. But really, Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Of course, that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were still alive and well, the phone continued its incessant freedom. Answer! Answer! I didn't want to pick it up if I didn't have to. I just concluded, I'm not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Then what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare that it wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, I would pretend I was still fooled, try to grab her by the tail.
それが一番安全かもしれないよな。
What I was the most afraid of was what the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. Doraemon! Please call her! Call him! Call him on the red thread phone. Doraemon. As long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything and scream, right? That person is being really patient. It's been raining like a minute. Let's just make sure to be careful. That should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? What was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomitake-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached over the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know. Too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the damn phone! Pick it up! 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 Pick it up!
もしもし。
Oh, how I relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion.
あ、ケイちゃんですか？私です。シオンです。
Hi. My momentary, convenient, and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for
電
this.
話なかなか出なかったんでお留守かと思って切ろうとしてたんですよ。
ごめん。ちょっとお風呂に入っててさ。
それでもご家族の方が電話を取りませんか？ひょっとしてケイちゃんの家今ご両親はお留守なんですか？
I failed. I let her in on a vital piece of information that I was currently the only one at my
いや
house.
別に留守ってわけじゃ。そんなことより聞いたか？リカちゃんとサトコの件。
いえ、結局あの後どうなったんですか？見つかったんですか？
ああ、見つからなかった。
ケイちゃん、どうか気を落とさないで。
If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear.
リカちゃんとサトコはさらわれたんだよな。
はい、それは間違いないでしょうね。
Just how cruel and a craven meaning did those words hold. That weighed, astonished me, and then a moment later I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion in turn answered that there wasn't much doubt. The cruel meaning behind her words.
リカちゃんとサトコは、いや、ごめん。村長さんはさらわれてどうなったと思う？まだ生きてるんだろうか？
What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? It's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had given that question a terrifying response in such a way to sound like he had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however...
殺されちゃったんだと思います。
おいおい、そんなにあっさり。
人間をさらってその状態を維持するのってとても大変なことだと思います。人質にするんでもない限り、ヨンが済んだら殺しちゃうのが一番合理的じゃないかと。
Huh. Yeah. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from the wall. I finally put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly?
殺しちゃうって、そんなにあっさり。
What is this music? Oh, the new music! This sounds like RuneScape music.
人の命を何だと思ってやがるんだ。
恐ろしいことだとは思いますが、多分そうではないかと。
Shion, are you playing RuneScape right now? Is that what we are hearing? If the mayor was... This is... I'm not sure this suits the... It was creepy in the beginning, but now it sounds weird. the mayor was killed, and did that mean same had happened to Rika-chan or Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill them so readily.
リカちゃまとさとこちゃんも同じだと思った方がいいでしょうね。
Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though I wouldn't sense anything, still, couldn't help but to scream. This time, the tears flowed. I've been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I've been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt. It was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. I mean, I killed them. And Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes. If only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet still I cried. And cried.
ケイちゃん、どうか気を確かに。
Rika-chan, Satoko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be alive to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me. I didn't hear any of it.
そんなことでどうするんですか？次に狙われるのは確実に私かケイちゃんなんですよ。お願いですから、しっかりしてください。お願いします。お願いしますから。
Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why?
どうしてだよ。どうして人をさらったり殺したりするんだよ。たたりだかなんだか知らないが、人の命ってのはそんなに安いのかよ。あっさり消したり殺したり。
ええ、全くです。悪魔ですよね。
I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like I was going to erupt at any moment.
教えてくれ。どうしてこのひなみ沢では綿流しの夜に人が死ななければならないことになってしまったんだ。
それは私が知りたいです。
もうダム計画との戦いは終わったんだぞ。なのにどうしてまだたたり足りないんだ。どうしてだよ。どうして。理由があるなら言ってみろよ。
I was incoherent at this point. My emotion had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. These were not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just still funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop
ケイちゃん
crying.
の気持ち、私もよくわかります。ダム闘争はとっくの昔に終わったんです。
Monkey.
なのに毎年、お社様のたたりという名の殺人と失踪が繰り返されている。なぜ？どうしてなんですか？全然関係ない人もいた。たたられるのに不相応な人だっていたのに、どうして？どうして？
それを俺が聞いてるんだ。
Both of the record threats could be heard over the phone.
お社様のたたりなんて非現実的なものは初めから存在しません。ケイちゃんの言う通り、村の何者かがお社様のたたりというもっともらしい大義名分を利用して綿流しのたびに殺しと失踪を繰り返しているんです。奴らは狡猾でした。たたりを都合よく利用して村の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ消し去るシステムを構築していったんです。そしてこのシステムで今年は高野さんたちが殺された。
じゃあ2人で十分じゃねえかよ。どうして村長やリカちゃんやサトコまで殺されなくちゃならないんだよ。それにリカちゃんとサトコがなぜ殺されなくちゃならなかったのか、その一点にしか興味はないんだ。どうしてなんだ。サトコには打ち明けてすらないんだぞ。どうしてサトコまで。どうしてなんだ。
どうして。 Silence fell between us. Finally. Shion didn't answer for a
ケイ
while.
ちゃん、もういじめないでください。
A sob. Was Shion crying?
私だって何が何だかわからないんです。最後殿に忍び込んだあの晩から全てが変わってしまった。
By the way, Rania, did you see the Rena Nukem? I saw it! I saw it! That was great. That was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding.
あの晩、高野さんたちが死んだと聞き、耳を疑いました。そして、すぐに気づいたんです。今度は自分が狙われる立場になったんだって。忍び込んだのは私たち4人。私とケイちゃんだけが都合よく許してもらえるわけがない。そう思った時、それがどれだけ心細くて恐ろしいことだったか、ケイちゃんにはわかりますよね。
There was nothing fake about her words. She'd even understood how I felt.
だから私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。私はみんなが入ってはいけないという最後殿に面白半分な気持ちで踏み入ってしまいました。いけないことだとは分かっていました。本当に面白半分な気持ち、ちょっとした探検気分のつもりだったんです。一緒に入った高野さんたちはその後すぐに殺されてしまいました。それもあんなむごい最後。あの日からいつ私も襲われるのではないかと怯えています。君吉のおじいちゃんしか助けてくれる人がいません。だからおじいちゃん、助けてって。君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑って、しおんちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって、本当に笑いながら任せなさいって。
Xian cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it would prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, I did let my emotions take over and go off at her. Xian was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Oh. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget, Keiichi Maebara. Don't forget about the mayor." On the morning after Watanagashi, he was told of Takano-san and Tomitake-san's deaths over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. I went to a hospital appointment. I didn't tell his family. He'd only made it just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said.
いつ 村長に打ち明けたんだよ。ごめんな、シオン。悲しい気持ちのところに追い打ちをかけるようで。シオンは打ち明けたんだよな。君吉のおじいちゃん、つまり村長に。
はい。
いつ打ち明けたんだよ。
I'd begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. Don't let her manipulate you! Don't let her manipulate you. I wasn't saying it was contradictory though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me.
村長さんは重い痔を患ってて、病院にかかっていたという話は知ってるか？
ケイちゃん、それが何か？
答えてくれ。知らないなら知らないと答えればいい。
There was a momentary silence. After stammering a few times, she replied.
血だったのは知ってます。座るときとか辛そうでしたから。
病院に通ってたんだ。どこの病院かは知ってるよな？
ごめんなさい。それはちょっと知りませんけど。でも、ケイちゃん、それが一体何の
Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans.
単刀直入に聞きたいんだ。シオンはいつ村長に打ち明けたんだ？どこで？いつ？大雑把でいいから教えてほしいんだ。
ケイちゃん、なんでそんなことを
A sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real
ありえ
Shion.
ないんだよ。村長が失踪した日、朝から消えるまで、シオンには接触できる機会はありえないんだ。村長は朝一で誰にも内緒の大学病院へ一人で診察に出かけた。シオンは今この病院を知らないと言った。だから帰ってくるまで村長と接触することはできないはずだ。そうだろう？帰りの電車が事故で遅れたので自宅に帰ってきたのは会合の始まる直前だった。つまり会合が始まるまでの時間にも打ち明ける時間的余裕はないんだ。
I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say
シ
it.
オンも一緒に会合に出たのか？そして会合の席上で打ち明けたのか？ここで打ち明けなきゃもう時間がないもんな。村長は帰宅途中で失踪するんだから。
Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give us immediate response.
実は会合にで。
あの日、シオンが行くと言ったバイトすら君は欠勤してるんだ。もっと端的に言おう。君は俺と一緒に行った図書館以降 誰にも目撃されていない。
ケイちゃん、
園崎シオンは綿流しの翌日に失踪したんだ。
The other end fell silent as a grave. Well, she couldn't have lied about the meeting because, like, then you would just have to ask someone who was there, and she would be proved wrong. So, it was so quiet. It was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there.
大石さんは君がすでに失踪していると言っているんだ。でもシオンはこうして毎晩俺に電話をかけてきてくれただろ。
Sion's sobs were torturing me. Well, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything
頼
wrong.
むシオン、俺が言ったことが間違ってるならそうだと言ってくれ。シオン、頼むから。シオン、お前は村長に会ってなんかないんだ。もし会ったとしたなら。
If Sion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor that day, then that meant...
村長が会合を終えた後、すなわち失踪する直前、もしくは失踪してからしかありえないんだ。
Beep, 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 went the dial tone. I stood there dazed for a while, until I realized she had hung up on me. It was all just a prank and we all had a good laugh about it. Good times, good times. Really got me good, haha. Hey. Oh no. Oh no. Just a prank, bro. Okay, this is where we're gonna leave it today. We're gonna continue next time. Maybe next week. Next week. Assume there's only one chapter left. One stream left, maybe. Sunny Sunday, I love you. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. You're kidding? This is just the pace that I've been reading this, like 2 chapters at a time. 2 chapters at a time. I feel it's just right. Just right. Yeah. The cliffhangers are the best stopping moments. They are. They are. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Am I from Hinamizawa too? What makes you think that? What makes you think that? Wow! Bow! 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 So, thank you for today. It was fun and exciting and mysterious. I'm glad to have no clue what's happening next. I'm kinda impressed I managed to avoid spoilers for this. Whoa! 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 I'm still not sure. Like, it would be a long project to read all of them, but we've already started, so who knows? Who knows? But yeah, I'm really glad if you're it's definitely a ride. It's definitely a ride. How many are there? How many was it again? Let me 8 8 Yeah, 8 chapters. I think it's more or less stupidity and more desperation. He didn't want to believe it was true. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to say from like a from a bystander's point of view, but like I can't blame him for acting that way. Like it would be a shock. It would be a shock. I should be able to finish in a few years. well, I have no plans to stop streaming though, so we might as well. We might as well. Thanks for the stream, Coffee Troll. Doesn't make the day better. I'm glad to hear. I feel better also. I've been a little head foggy today. Head foggy today. I'm better, thank you. And yeah, he's still a kid. Yeah. But this rest of this week, on Friday, Heretic, and on Saturday, Tekken 3. Same time as today, 6 p.m. UTC plus 3. So, should we? Let me see. Is there anybody? Really looking forward to Heretic. I've been playing it too. I got the idea because I realized that they had like re-released it, like in a similar way to like they did the Doom plus Doom 2 thing on Steam. Like they did the same thing with Heretic. And you get the I had a Heretic. I didn't have Hexen. But yeah. Last time I played was on a clunky source board. I didn't give it a real chance. I went back to Doom. Yeah, I tried to stream it like a long time ago, but I had some sort of problem. I had some sort of problem with it. I think I know what the problem was, like on hindsight, but I was way newer to streaming, so I just might have not understood what the problem was. But now it works now. I got it to work. Yeah, so I'm excited. I haven't really... I haven't played it. I've just played it like... just a tiny bit, like a couple first levels. Not more than that. Not more than that. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. Hexen suffers from too many Switch puzzles. Oh no. Oh no! Oh no. That's gonna be fun if we play that at any point, that is. Puzzles, running is only weakness. It depends on the puzzle. Depends on the puzzle and the mindset. And if it's good brain day or not good brain day. How orange brain is today. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna go take a shower. I was sweating so much from all that suspense. Shooters and survival games is very good at visual. Thank you, my visual novel gameplay skills. Yeah, I can really click the left mouse button really good. Joking. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. I'll let it go this time. This one. It was the but yeah, I'm gonna take a shower now. And see ya on Thursday. Have a good night. And see ya day after tomorrow. Bye bye. Bye bye. Stay safe. Stay safe and hydrated and everything. Bye bye. Thursday, yes, Thursday. No, Friday. Friday. Sorry, yes, Friday. Friday. Good night. Good night. Good night. Night, night. Night, night. Bye bye. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm being called by the boss. I'm gonna be I have a duty.